one, two. Just a one, two, right.
much. Lower it. Thank you very much, please. My colleagues from the media houses, please. AIT, NTA, Arise, ADBN, TVC News, please. You are going to move your microphone to the other lectern. So please, can you come over so that we arrange it now? Arise TV, NTA, ATN, AIT, please. Can you come over? Come to the hall immediately for adjustment. We are moving it this way. Thank you. Just gently. We are moving it this way. Yes. Just gently. We are moving it this way. Let's arrange it properly. Please, NTA, AIT, TVC News, can you come over to the hall for adjustment of your microphone? You need to move it to another lectern. Please, NTA, AIT, can you come over here? Thank you. Test. I'm only using it as an MC.
Yeah. Check. Check. Yeah.
Check. T. This. Yeah. Check. 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 Yeah. Yeah. T. T. Yeah. Check. T. Yeah. T. Yeah. T. Check. Check. Yeah. Right. T. This. Check. Yeah. Right. T. Check. Yeah. Right. T. Yeah. Check. Right. T. Check. Check. Yeah. Right. T. T. Yeah. Just. Yeah.
Please, may I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. Can I have your attention, please? Please, whenever you hear the sound of the microphone, can you reduce it? Let's work together as if we are in the studio. Thank you. Please, have been asked to inform the owners of the vehicles I'm going to announce now to kindly go and remove their vehicles from the front of the complex. Please, all the PhD graduates, can you walk out majestically for the procession? Just go out for us to process. PhD graduates, please kindly go out. All the PhD graduates, please, you are expected to go out for the procession. The owners of this vehicle have been asked to repark immediately. If you are the owner of this vehicle, Rivers, SKP, can you people help me, please? Please. The owners of this vehicle, Rivers, registration number SKP 480CW. If you are the owner of this vehicle with Lagos registration number KJA 23234HF, Lagos KJA 234HF, please kindly go and repark. Abuja KWL 270CH, please kindly go out and remove your vehicle from where you parked. That place is not meant for you. Lagos registration number APP 134AS. Lagos APP 134AS. Please remove your vehicle. Please, it's very important. Our guests are coming in and we have reserved that place for their vehicles. Please kindly go and repark. Those are the cars of our staff. Please kindly go and repark. Thank you. Please, can we go out for the procession? Thank you very much. We are going to sing and take the marching song.
listen a little. Just listen.
Please, as a mark of honor, I respectfully invite everyone to rise up for the procession. Please, it's time for the academic procession. As a mark of honor, let us rise. Wherever you are, let us rise. Thank you. Thank you. Protocol ensures nobody crosses here. The admissions officer of the School of Graduate Studies leading the PhD graduates. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today is an important day. Today is an important day, and of course, this is the PhD Convocation Ceremony of the University of Port Harcourt. You can see the graduates, they are marching in majestically. Also today, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Chief Barrister Ian Wike, will also deliver the convocation lecture. So today is jam-packed. Media people, please take your position. We wouldn't want anybody in front of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the PhD graduates of the only unique university in Nigeria are marching in majestically. It is a day that they are going to be awarded with one of the highest honors in the academic profession. Vincent. Ladies and gentlemen, the PhD graduates in very high spirits. reserved. We reserved spaces for our guests. Please don't sit, stand. The procession is ongoing. Let us stand. Ladies and gentlemen, PhD graduates, kindly process in and take your seats. Today is the D-Day. Graduating from one of the best universities in Nigeria. and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome in our midst today a daughter of the soil, an elegant woman of substance, the wife of the Honorable Minister of FCT. I am talking about Honorable Justice Suzette Wike. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. And of course, the two sons are also on the entourage today. Jordan and Joachim, you are welcome to your home. It's a pleasure to see the entire family today. You're welcome, Her Excellency. We'd like to inform us that we also have other guests who are here today. As soon as the program commences, we may not be able to do all the introductions. So at this point in time, it is my honor to welcome every one of us to this wonderful occasion today. Let us recognize our former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Chibudu Muche. You're welcome to your home. Thank you very much for the support to your home. Thank you. Let me also recognize the APC Vice Chairman South South. I am talking about Honorable Victor Jadon. You are welcome, sir, to your home. It is my honor to welcome a very distinguished legal icon, legal luminary, Honorable OCJ Okocha, SAN. You are welcome, son. You are welcome to your home. You are welcome. Let us recognize the Chief Medical Director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Professor Chidru G. Oluwene. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the wife I also have the honor to welcome in our midst today the wife of the newly elected Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, wife of the Vice Chancellor-elect, Mrs. Chiwen Chike. You are welcome, First Lady. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, today in our midst we have distinguished Senator Samuel Anyanwu, the National Secretary of the PDP. You are welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst today Chief Kenneth Kobani, board member of the Nigerian Mainstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, NMDPRO board. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Let us recognize Engineer Emeka Woke, Director General of NOSRA. You are welcome, sir. You're welcome. Let us recognize in our midst today Honorable Frank Owo, former Attorney General of Rivers State and member of the Northeast Development Commission. You are welcome, sir. You're welcome. Let us welcome Honorable Lucky Walu. You are welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize in our midst today the leader of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Honorable Major Jack. You are welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst Executive Secretary, Nigeria Content Board, represented by Teddy Bai, Head of Government Relations. You are welcome. Let us welcome in our midst today the High Prep Project Coordinator, Professor Neni Barinisabe. You are welcome, sir. And King Barrister Ejeku Eze Ogba Ejinugwe, Paramount ruler and Yewele Rumogba Kingdom, specially invited by the Pro-Chancellor of the University. Photographers, can you give way? Photographers, give way, go in, give way. Give way, don't stand there. Come out, thank you. Thank you. Nobody should come to me for anything. If you have a list, forward to me. Let us welcome Honorable Josh Turner, PDP Chairman, Bayelsa State, to Uniport. Can we stand? This is the academic procession. Our very distinguished professors of the University of Port Harcourt, please let us give them the honor. You can see our directors of centers and institutes, our professors in the University of Port Harcourt. You can see our heads of department, academic procession. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you can see members of Senate of the University of Port Harcourt. Today is very important in the life of the university. Please, it's raining outside. Can we make it faster? Please, let us move faster. It's raining on those outside. Your Excellencies, all the photographers, please cross over from the center of the pavilion. Protocol, please move all the cameramen over to the other side. Protocol, please, all the cameramen, move them over. The members of the Senate of the University of Port Harcourt, they are marching in majestically to take their seats. Please, our engineers, please, I need your attention. Engineers from works and services of the university, please come over. It's urgent. Engineers from works, please come over. All our fans are off. Members of the Senate of the University of Port Harcourt, let us announce the arrival of the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Environment. Let us announce the arrival of the Vice Chancellor, Rivers State University, Professor Zeb OBB, the Vice Chancellor, Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Professor Oke Onochukwu. You are welcome, sir. It is time. The council procession is ongoing at the moment. The distinguished senators of the University of Port Harcourt. We now have the deans of the faculties, the dean of pharmacy, the dean of SSLT, the dean of science, the dean of allied health sciences, the dean of social science, the dean of engineering, the dean of computer science, the dean of agriculture, the dean of dentistry, the dean of humanities, the dean of law. We also have the dean of education, Professor Nat Abraham. We also have the dean of School of Graduate Studies, Professor George Will. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectfully welcome in our midst today His Excellency, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chief Barrister Ian Wike. You are welcome to your home. You are welcome. He is an illustrious son of the university. Cameraman, please, can you cross over? All the cameramen, please, can you take your stand? All the cameramen, thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Ma Uhabuwa, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, University of Port Harcourt. Please, cameraman, go to the side. Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Professor Wunan Abraham George Will, our Vice Chancellor. Thank you. And then the Vice Chancellor-elect. Cameraman, can you cross over? Please, can you cross over? Can you go to the side and take your stand? At the appropriate time, we are going to invite you. Let us recognize the 10th Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Chike Princeville. You are welcome. And he's here with the wife, Dr. Mrs. Chiwen Chike. You are welcome. Please take your position. Take your position. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let us get set for the national anthem. Immediately after the national anthem, we are going to take the University of Port Harcourt anthem. Please, all the cameramen, especially those on phone, kindly move to the other side so that the Honorable Minister, our guests, will see what is happening. Choir, please, can we take the national anthem? I'm not sure they're hearing me. It is time for us to officially commence this program. May we all rise as we take the national anthem. That will be followed by the University of Port Harcourt anthem. Thank you. Let's sing along. University anthem. Thank you very much. One of the best classic in the whole world. University of Port Harcourt anthem. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Our special guest, Your Excellency, the Chief Barrister Nyeso Ezewonwike, CON, JSSRS, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. We want to welcome you, sir, to your home. We recognize your presence. Also, in our midst today, we recognize our dear mother, Her Excellency, the wife of the former governor of Rivers State and the wife of the FCT minister, Honorable Justice Suzette Wike, and the children are all here today. Please put their hands together for them. They have come back to their home. Thank you very much. And I recognize our distinguished Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the University of Port Harcourt, distinguished Senator Ma Onhuabuwa. You are welcome, sir. But let me very specially single out Professor Kabiru Bala, representing the visitor to the University of Port Harcourt, former VC Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. Professor Kabiru Bala, you are welcome to the University of Port Harcourt. Welcome. And of course, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Owunari Abraham Jodwe. We also like to inform us that we have a very high power delegation, very important guests who are on the entourage of the FCT minister. They are all seated here. Please, we especially welcome all our special guests on the entourage of the FCT minister to the University of Port Harcourt today. You are welcome. Let us establish the protocol by welcoming everyone. You are recognized, you are welcome. Today is convocation, and there is a strict rule that we are expected to uphold. So may I respectfully hand over the microphone to the registrar of the university for the proceedings. Thank you very much.
I have the honor to welcome you all to the 36th Combined Convocation Ceremony for the award of Doctor of Philosophy degrees and prizes for 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 academic section. Constitution of the Assembly. The University of Port Harcourt Act empowers the university to award first degrees and prizes, admit to higher degrees and confer honorary degrees. It also provides that the Chancellor shall preside as chairman at the meeting held for the purpose of awarding degrees. The Chancellor is unavoidably absent and the Vice Chancellor will be standing in for him. I, Dame Gloria Ochinda, PhD, therefore invite the Vice Chancellor to constitute this assembly into the 36th convocation of the University of Port Harcourt for the award of Doctor of Philosophy degrees and prizes. The Vice Chancellor.
I hereby constitute this assembly into the 36th convocation of the University of Port Harcourt for the purpose of award of Doctor of Philosophy degrees and prizes.
Honor and pleasure to call upon the Vice Chancellor, Professor Owunari Abraham Jodwe, to address the convocation. The Vice Chancellor.
His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the former Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, Professor Gabiam. You're welcome, sir. Good. Your Excellency, Inyesom is a 1 week CON GSSRS, Honorable Minister of the FCT. You are welcome. We welcome you with your beloved wife, Her Excellency, and your children. The Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the University of Port Harcourt, members of the Governing Council of the University of Port Harcourt, principal officers of the University of Port Harcourt, distinguished guests and heads of agencies and parastatals who are here present, visiting vice chancellors and pro-chancellors who are here present, captains of industry here present, strategic partners, Senate of the University of Port Harcourt, distinguished professors, emeriti professors, former vice chancellors who are here present, the 10th vice chancellor, distinguished Royal Highness who are here present, members of staff, my Lord spiritual and temporal, unique students of the University of Port Harcourt, our esteemed graduates, distinguished guests from all walks of life, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound sense of gratitude to Almighty God that I welcome you all to the 36th Combined Convocation Ceremony of the University of Port Harcourt, a university that has continued to stand tall as a beacon of knowledge, character, and innovation. Today, we gather to celebrate the institution's excellence, resilience, and transformation. These achievements would not have been possible without the immense support of the federal government of Nigeria, ably led by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose administration has demonstrated an enduring commitment to revitalizing tertiary education across the country. The University of Port Harcourt is proud to be a beneficiary of several transformative initiatives at repositioning the Nigerian university system. We acknowledge the noble interventions of the federal government and wish to particularly highlight just a few. The solar farm project. This green energy initiative, supported by the presidency, has significantly enhanced our energy independence by ensuring a more reliable power supply. It reflects a forward-looking vision of sustainable development. Electric tricycles. The University of Port Harcourt received electric tricycles from the federal government through TED Fund as part of the renewed Hope Campus Transport Scheme of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. By adopting these electric tricycles, the university has embraced clean energy, promoting an environmentally sustainable transportation system. NEL Fund, a recently launched student loan initiative with over 3,500 students of the University of Port Harcourt as beneficiaries of this scheme. This initiative speaks directly to our core values of equity and access to quality education. Indeed, it has become a lifeline for many aspiring students who look forward to its sustained success. Innovation Hub. The University of Port Harcourt is a beneficiary institution for the construction and equipping of an innovation hub. It is important to note that this project is intended to serve all tertiary institutions within the South-South region. We remain hopeful for its speedy completion, as the hub will advance research, academic networking, information technology development. Over the years, the federal government has continued to support and strengthen institutions of higher learning through the needs assessment, debt fund interventions, and capital projects. These interventions are far more than policy statements. They are bold commitments, clearly reflected in the landmark projects now dotting the landscape of the University of Port Harcourt. We sincerely appreciate the presidency for its unwavering dedication to educational reform, and we reiterate our readiness at the University of Port Harcourt to remain steadfast partners in national progress. The Rivers State government, our host and partner, has also been immensely supportive. May I proudly announce that this state-of-the-art convention arena in which we are gathered here today was graciously built by the Rivers State government during the tenure of His Excellency, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, the FCT Minister, when he was the sitting governor of the state. Since inception, this university has continued to enjoy peace and cordial relationship with their host states. Successive governors of Rivers State have consistently demonstrated goodwill, support, and cooperation towards the University of Port Harcourt, thereby fostering a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship. I also acknowledge our royal fathers and chiefs of the host communities for their invaluable partnership in the growth and expansion of the University of Port Harcourt. Equally, I must recognize our strategic partners and the Alumni Association for their unwavering commitment and immeasurable support. Time and again, they have demonstrated what can be achieved when all stakeholders unite in the pursuit of a common goal. The University of Port Harcourt has recorded numerous achievements since its establishment in 1975. We began as a college, but today we proudly boast of 3 campuses: Shoba, Delta, and the University Park. We have extended to 17 faculties and 50 departments and disciplines. We have emerged as a formidable force in academia. We have also created new faculties. The university takes great pride in the legacy of producing individuals who have distinguished themselves across both public and private sectors, amongst whom are Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of Nigeria, 2010 to 2015. Achievements of this administration. Guided by operational excellence, institutional focus, and supported by a formidable management team, this administration has recorded the following: completion and commission of a new theater arts complex, The Crab, a modern facility that reflects the university's rich artistic heritage. Establishment of new faculties, thereby expanding academic offerings and responding to evolving national and global needs. Construction of new departmental buildings equipped to support contemporary teaching, learning, and research. Development of additional students' hostels aimed at alleviating accommodation challenges and enhancing campus life. Completion of modern lecture auditoriums to provide conducive environment for large-scale academic engagement. For the purpose of time, we will not be able to go through all the achievements. On assumption of office as ninth Vice Chancellor, we observe the financial challenges faced by many students in the payment of fees. Moved by compassion, we engaged several partners of the university to establish a scholarship scheme. To the glory of God, we have now about 13 partners supporting over 1,000 students whose fees are paid even before the commencement of each academic sections. Permit me to acknowledge these benefactors: Dr. Richard Inyong, Sir Daniel Chikudeze, Mr. Sobere Diri, Justice Biobele Georgeville, Barrister Amunaboy Clements, Dr. Amy Membre Otaji, Bro Felix Obua, Dr. Olateju and Mrs. Olabukola Jinadu, Professor Loki Onotai, Engineer Kolisile Nelson, Honorable Victor Tulutu Briggs, Pastor Mrs. Senye Lulu Briggs, Honorable Ten Jacques, and the UNC Microfinance Bank. The university has been greatly impacted by their generosity. Their support reflects a deep investment in the future of our nation, helping to marshal talent, reduce inequality, and sustain academic excellence across disciplines. Challenges. Despite the notable strides this university has made in teaching, research, innovation, and national relevance, it must be acknowledged that it is still confronted with a series of challenges that continue to constrain its full potential achievement. One of the most pressing of these is the burden of exorbitant electricity bills, which today the solar power has tremendously solved. However, it is still a burden. We also have the issue of land encroachment. Though we have always sorted that out with understanding with our host communities. Funding also still remains a major challenge to the university. Then housing for staff and hostels for students still remain very daunting challenges. The statistics is not encouraging. We have about 4,000 staff members and we have only 200 housing units. And so 4,000 to 200 is quite very, very inadequate. We have about 50,000 students and we have less than 6,000 hostel spaces. That is also very, very inadequate. We will continue to appeal to the federal government and our partners to come to our aid on these challenges. And then finally, fencing of the university also is a very serious challenge that has not been solved. Because the university is very porous from all angles, and that makes miscreants and all manner of people to come in to disturb university life. It is my honor to announce that a total number of 8,156 graduates are taking part in this 36th convocation ceremony. That is for yesterday and today. Today's figure is 438 Doctor of Philosophy graduates. 438 Doctor of Philosophy graduates. These graduates were nurtured into blaze of brilliance by seasoned lecturers and a worthy senate known to be guiding generations with touch of knowledge, weathering tempests with strength of unity, and stretching their limbs beyond borders like the branches of an iroko tree. For the graduates, today the sun rises not merely over our campus, but over a future filled with both promise and profound responsibility. This is not just a ceremony. It is a moment of reckoning, a time to honor truth, confront reality, and embrace the hard-earned joy of academic achievements. For you, our graduates, today marks the end of a chapter. More importantly, it signals the beginning of a larger and more demanding book. That is life beyond the walls of the university. Let us be honest. Despite your intelligence and your talent, The journey has not been easy. Yet you have made it. You persevered with courage, resilience, and determination. You have earned this degree not by privilege, but by sheer grace. That alone is worthy of a celebration. In conclusion, let us remember that this gathering represents far more than a ceremonial occasion. It is a generational milestone. It reminds us that universities are not merely institutions for awarding certificates, but sacred spaces where ideas are nurtured, nations are reshaped, and the future is deliberately crafted. University of Port Harcourt, as it proudly marks its 36th convocation, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to remaining a citadel of intellectual excellence, ethical leadership, and inclusive development. We shall not shrink from the challenges of the future. Instead, we will confront them with courage, vision, integrity, and a steadfast hope and sense of purpose. To everyone seated here, let this moment echo in your hearts, not only as a celebration of academic excellence, but also a charge to become instruments of positive change in our country and our continent that is hungry for transformation. We express once again our profound gratitude to the federal government of Nigeria. We also wish to acknowledge our development partners, NDDC, NNPC Limited, NLNG, NIMASA, Kenyan International, the Chinese Consulate, Lagos, Renaissance Africa, Content Development Monitoring Board, along other very strategic partners. I thank you for listening. Long live the University of Port Harcourt, long live Rivers State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
I have the honor now to invite the Pro-Chancellor, distinguished Senator Mao Ohabonwa, to deliver his address. The Pro-Chancellor, sir.
The representative of the visitor, the Executive Secretary, National University Commission, our distinguished convocation lecturer for today, His Excellency Chief Barrister Yesum Ezewon Wike, CON, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. I welcome you with your beautiful wife, Her Excellency Honorable Justice Suzette Eberechi Yesum Wike, JCA. Your Excellency, our Vice Chancellor, and other Vice Chancellors here present, my colleagues of the 17th Council of this unique university, management staff, principal officers, my friends, and our guests here present, our graduates today, great students of Unique Uniport, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start this address by thanking the Almighty God profoundly, who had made this day possible. And for those of you who are graduating today, without him, it wouldn't have been possible. I know you have gone through thick and things to be here today. So on behalf of all of you, I want to thank the Almighty God who had made this day possible. Having said that, I want to also congratulate the parents, the spouses of these graduates today. I know you must have been part of it. Sleepless nights, challenges, and absence from family duties. I congratulate all of you. I am deeply delighted to be here today. It is my pleasure on behalf of the 17th Governing Council of the University of Port Harcourt to warmly welcome you all to this historic occasion marking the 36th combined convocation ceremony for the award of postgraduate degrees. Today is not merely a ceremonial gathering, it is a profound celebration of intellectual discipline, perseverance, innovation, and scholarly excellence. We gather to honor men and women who have dedicated themselves to the advanced learning and rigorous research in pursuit of knowledge that transforms society. Your achievements today stand as proof that excellence remains attainable even in a world increasingly challenged by uncertainty, instability, and rapid change. To you, our distinguished graduates, I warmly congratulate you. You have endured rigorous academic training, extensive research engagements, sleepless nights, and moments of intellectual uncertainty. Yet, through resilience, discipline, and determination, you have emerged successful. I say congratulations. The degrees being conferred upon you today are not ordinary credentials. They symbolize competence, responsibility, and the confidence society places in educated minds to confront contemporary challenges and contribute meaningfully to national and global development. To the parents, guardians, spouses, families, mentors, and friends present here today, we sincerely appreciate your sacrifices, your encouragement, and unwavering support towards the success of these graduates. Your investment have produced what results, and this celebration belongs to you as much as it belongs to the graduates themselves. Postgraduate education occupies a strategic position in national development. It is at this level that societies produce thinkers, produce innovators, policy experts, researchers, technocrats, and intellectual leaders capable of shaping the future. This is the level where you belong now. Level has changed. In a rapidly evolving global order, driven by technological advancement, artificial intelligence, AI, climate realities, economic transformations, and complex geopolitical shifts, nations that invest in research, innovation, and knowledge production will continue to lead the world. Universities, therefore, remain indispensable institutions for societal progress and civilization advancement. The University of Port Harcourt has consistently distinguished itself as a center of academic excellence, research, innovation, and character formation. Over the years, this great institution has produced graduates who have excelled in academia, industry, governance, entrepreneurship, diplomacy, and the wider global community. Permit me to state that the university today operates within highly demanding environments, as already enunciated by the Vice Chancellor. But let me reiterate, the pressures of funding, infrastructure development, technological advancement, and global academic competition continue to challenge higher institutions across the world. Yet, despite the realities, this university has remained resilient and progressive because of the collective commitment of its governing council, the Senate, management, staff, students, alumni, and the stakeholders. At this point, let me also recognize the president of the Uniport Alumni Association, Senator Darlington Wokocha, who I'm told is also here. I must therefore commend the Vice Chancellor, members of Senate, management, and members of staff for their unwavering dedication to sustaining the standards and reputation of this great institution. Your sacrifices, commitment, and service continue to uphold the ideas upon which the university was founded. Let me at this point single out a man who I believe today will be his last appearance as the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor George Will Ounari, the 9th Vice Chancellor. I want to thank him for successfully steering the affairs of the university in the past 5 years. On behalf of the 17th Governing Council, I commend you for your laudable achievements during your administration. You have really raised the bar in the administration of this university. Please, can we put our hands together for him? He has done well. And at this point too, let me introduce to you your brand new Tiaroba 10th Vice Chancellor. That under my leadership 2 days ago, we followed all the legal processes. Search team, selection committee, council, and on Thursday, we were able to produce a new Vice Chancellor in person of Professor Chike, Principal Chike. University of Port Harcourt, behold your 10th Vice Chancellor. That is your 10th Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at this juncture proudly and warmly welcome our distinguished alumnus, a proud one, our benefactor, and our convocation lecturer today, His Excellency, Honorable Minister of the Kefra Capital Territory, His Excellency, Barrister Nyesom Ezewon Wike, the Dikoha of the world. Barrister Wike, for the benefit of those of you who are not conversant with him or his achievements, Barrister Wike is a transformational leader, an astute administrator, an uncommon achiever, and one of the most courageous political figures of our time. His remarkable record of service to Rivers State and now the Federal Capital Territory speak eloquently of his vision, competence, boldness, and unwavering commitment to excellence. As governor of Rivers State, he earned national acclaim as Mr. Project due to his monumental infrastructural revolution, academic educational reforms, urban renewal initiative, and massive investment in human capital development. Today, as Minister of Federal Capital Territory, he has continued to demonstrate exemplary leadership through unprecedented infrastructural transformation, restoration of public confidence in governance, and a passionate commitment to delivering the dividends of democracy to the people of Nigeria. Barrister Wike is widely celebrated for his courage, political dexterity, administrative acumen, and relentless pursuit of excellence. He remains a pride of this great university, pride of Niger Delta, pride of Ikwere land, a dependable patriot and a shining symbol of visionary leadership in contemporary Nigeria. Your Excellency, the University of Port Harcourt is deeply honored by your presence and gratefully that you accepted today to deliver the convocation lecture at this auspicious occasion. We are confident that your wealth of experience, practical wisdom, and inspiring leadership journey will greatly enrich this august gathering and provide invaluable insights to our graduates and the academic community. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the governing council of this great university remains in its commitment to strengthen the university academic standards, infrastructure, research capacity, and global competitiveness. We shall continue to work harmoniously with the Vice Chancellor, with the Senate, staff unions, alumni, student unions, and stakeholders to ensure that the University of Port Harcourt remains a beacon of excellence and one of Nigeria's foremost universities. We recognize that education remains the most powerful instrument for national transformation. Therefore, we must continue to invest in research, innovation, technology, and human capital development if Nigeria must occupy her rightful place among the leading nations of the world. As we celebrate today's achievement, let us also recommit ourselves to the ideals of integrity, ideals of merit, hard work, accountability, and service to humanity. My final charge to the graduates, distinguished graduates, as you step into the next phase of your lives, always remember that education is not solely about personal advancement. It is equally about societal responsibility. The true measure of learning lies in its ability to solve problems. Nigeria today is looking for problem solvers. Also, you have to uplift humanity and advance civilization. Your knowledge must therefore become a tool for ethical leadership, national transformation, and global relevance. Nigeria, and indeed the world, needs leaders who possess not only intellectual competence, but also integrity, empathy, courage, and vision. You must resist the temptations of mediocrity, corruption, intolerance, and intellectual dishonesty. Rather, you must become ambassadors of excellence, integrity, responsible citizenship, where you find yourself as ambassador of this unique university. As postgraduate degree holders, you now belong to a distinguished community of scholars whose voices and contributions matter in shaping public discourse, policy, innovation, and development. I therefore encourage you to embrace innovation, interdisciplinary thinking, entrepreneurship, and lifelong learning. The future belongs to those who can adapt, create, and lead in challenging times. One of the benefits we're going to have today, having somebody like Yeso Wike to be our convocation lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, convocation conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, convocation ceremonies remind us that universities are not merely centers for awarding certificates. They are institutions for building ideas, shaping values, and nurturing humanity's capacity to imagine and create better societies. As we also celebrate, we must continue to defend the ideas of scholarship, truth, critical inquiry, innovation, and responsible leadership. On behalf of the 17th Governing Council, I once again congratulate our graduates. May your achievement today open greater doors of opportunities. May your achievement today bring fulfillment and service. May you continue to distinguish yourselves and bring honor to your families, your profession, and your alma mater, the unique University of Port Harcourt. Your Excellency, I will not end this my address without thanking you for all that you have done for this university, but permit me to remind you that at the last convocation ceremony, you promised to deal with some of our challenges which you have started. You got the Ministry of Communication and Innovation to build an communication innovation hub. Where we are today is your product and so many things. But you agreed to build us a council plaza, a council building. Maybe we didn't remind you, but today, permit me, sir, to call the Vice Chancellor, the ninth Vice Chancellor who started this business with me, to present the drawing and the bill of quantities of that council building. No, it's here. So, Professor George Will Owunare, please present to the Honorable Minister.
On behalf of the entire University of Port Harcourt, we present to Your Excellency the drawings and all that is therein for the construction of the Council Plaza. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Without waiting for the Honorable Minister to respond at the right time, but I'm convinced in my mind that it's already a done deal. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister. I wish you all a successful, impactful, and rewarding future. Thank you, and God bless us. God bless the University of Port Harcourt. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I informed us earlier that the Vice Chancellor is standing in for the Chancellor. At this point, let me respectfully invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Owunare Abraham Georgewi, to read the address of the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor.
An abridged address by the Chancellor, His Eminence, General Muhammadu Liasu Basha, retired, CFRO, MNI, on the occasion of the 36th Convocation Ceremony combined of the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Please permit me to adopt all the protocols that have been established. It is with immense pleasure, profound honor, and deep fulfillment that I address you today at the 36th Convocation Ceremony of the University of Port Harcourt. This occasion is not merely a formal academic exercise. It is a celebration of excellence, perseverance, achievement, and the transformative power of education in shaping individuals and advancing society. The foundation of our unique university was exceptional, shaped by very distinguished scholars such as Professor Donald Ekong, Professor E.J. Alagua, Professor K. Williamson, Professor Robin Otten, Professor Cloud Ake, Professor Wilfred Fraser, Professor Kesley Harrison, Professor Nimi Briggs, and Professor Shi Ikoku. Other notable figures who laid the solid foundation of our unique Uniport include Otonti Indoka, Ola Rotimi, Ikena Inzimiro, Sunday Anoze, Theodore Francis, and Abiye Oboforibo. Great intellectuals such as H.B.L. Moody, Charles Inolim, Teresa Turner, Okot Pitbeck, and Ali Mazu were also part of this remarkable academic community. Ladies and gentlemen, although most these distinguished scholars have departed this world, they left behind enduring legacies and reputations that continue to inspire us. We are, however, privileged to have one of them, the renowned Professor Emeritus Otonti Amadi Induka, who has attained the age of 100 and still remains with us. Alongside eminent professors, Emeriti, E.J. Alagwa, who is present in this hall, Prof. Sir, you are welcome, is present in this convocation, and Kesley A. Harrison. These great scholars, together with many others with them, like several renowned ivory towers, they helped to build our University of Port Harcourt into this very great institution it is today. Our joy is that these young graduates or doctoral graduates shining like stars before us today are proteges of the distinguished scholars mentioned above. I am also aware that apart from Professor Donald Ekong and Emeritus Professor Nimi D. Briggs, all the other former Vice Chancellors, 6 in number, are still alive and remain available to us as academic elders and enduring role models. May I conclude this address by congratulating all the graduates on today's occasion. We pray that, like many before them, they will bring greater honor and distinction to our university, as our alumni have consistently done over the years. I also wish to encourage our students, staff, and scholars to sustain the goodwill of the university that it has built over the years. In doing so, we are confident that the second half of this university, the history will be better and will be filled with greater achievements. Finally, I acknowledge the goodwill of the federal government of Nigeria, the Rivers State government, corporate bodies, and MDAs and strategic partners. Thank you all. I pray that God Almighty will continue to guide and sustain us so that we may collectively advance the growth of this unique University of Port Harcourt. God bless the University of Port Harcourt. God bless Rivers State. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
May I now invite the goodwill messages from the visiting Vice Chancellors.
Please, colleagues, visiting Vice Chancellors, just bring your scroll and give to us, please. Thank you very much. Okay.
We have the Vice Chancellor of Ignatius Ajuri University, Professor Oke Onochukwu. Next is Professor Zeb, Isaac Zeb, OBP, VC, Rivers State University. Professor Mom Chinedu, Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Environment and Technology, Ogoni. And we also have Professor Henry Ogiri, representing the VC from the Ken Sarawiwa Polytechnic, the rector of Ken Sarawiwa Polytechnic. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. We also have another important rep of the Michael Okwara, representative of Professor Celestina Njoku from Gregory University, Uturu. You're welcome. You're welcome. Federal University of Otoeke, he is here in our midst today. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And we also have from Michael Okpara University. Umudike, you're welcome. Thank you. Just like you all know, today is a very special day. And we are all here.
Yes, please, convocation. Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, we have come to the convocation lecture proper. But to have this go on, I want to call on the chairman of the convocation, Professor Rosemary Ugu, who is also the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, to please present the citation of the convocation lecturer. Professor Rosemary Ugu, please. Convocation lecturer, please, you will just rise so that you take the prayer. Yes, okay. She's going to be there.
Thank you, VC, sir. The Visitor, Commander of the Armed Forces and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwonwike CON, and his dear wife, Her Excellency Honorable Justice Suzette Eberechi Nyesom Wike, and the children, the Pro-Chancellor and Chair of the Governing Council, Senator Mao Ohuabunwa, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Owunari Abraham Georgeville, Principal Officers of the University, Council members, Provost and Deans, our dear Upward President and Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, Professor Udeme Georgeville, Senate of the University of Port Harcourt, serving and former Vice Chancellors and Principal Officers of sister universities, former Vice Chancellors and Principal Officers of our university, His Royal Highnesses, strategic partners, graduates and students of the University of Port Harcourt, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute delight to present the citation of the convocation lecturer, His Excellency Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, a Nigerian politician, an accomplished lawyer, a life bencher, and holder of the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. He holds degrees in political science and administrative studies from the University of Port Harcourt and a degree in law from the Rivers State University. He is the recipient of numerous honors and awards, including the Grand Service Star of Rivers State, GSSROS, Pillar of Sports, POS, an honorary doctorate degree, Doctor of Political Science, honoris causa. A member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Nyesom Wike started his political career as the executive chairman of Obiakpo Local Government Area, Rivers State, in 1999, emerging as the deputy president and later president of the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, ALGON. He also represented Africa on the executive committee of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. He was appointed Chief of Staff, Rivers State, in 2007, and he held the position until 2011. On 14th July 2011, he was appointed Federal Government of Nigeria's Minister of State for Education, and later as the Supervising Minister of Education in 2013, positions he discharged diligently. He was elected Governor of Rivers State in 2015 and re-elected in 2019 to serve a second term, which he completed in 2023. As governor, he redefined good governance through the delivery of landmark projects in priority areas of infrastructure, education, healthcare, security, sports, rural development, etc. His unprecedented infrastructural development of the state earned him the sobriquet, Mr. Projects. On 21st August 2023, His Excellency Nyesom Wike was sworn in by the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nigeria, a position he holds to date. Please, a round of applause for him. And so it is with utmost honor and profound privilege that I present to this distinguished assembly a man whose impact on national development, governance, and humanity is remarkably enduring. As Citations Lecturer's exemplary leadership and enduring contributions are a testament to visionary statesmanship. He is married to Honorable Justice Suzette Eberechi Nyesom Wike, a Justice of the Court of Appeal, and the marriage is blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a standing ovation to welcome the powerhouse and astute administrator, Ijiwawam of Her Excellency, His Excellency, our own dear Nyesom Wike, the 36th Convocation Lecturer. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I was thinking that the university supposed to be for the citadel of learning, wisdom, and training people to be straightforward and not to be cunning. I was told that I was coming today to give convocation lecture. Unknown to me, there's another motive, just to remind me about the council building. You would have come on straight to tell me, look, this convocation lecture we want to attach for your own remembrance that you promised to build the council building. Senator Mao, the chairman of governing council. Let me remind this audience, hold the council responsible for the council building not have started. You are just here now when the chairman of the governing council invited the vice chancellor to present to me the drawing and the bill of quantity. So how would I have started when they have not presented the drawing? So hold them responsible. But be it as it may, let me say, I will not disappoint. I will make sure in the next 1 year this council building is ready. The chairman governing council, my dear brother Senator Bao Haruma, the vice chancellor of this great university, the representative or executive secretary of National University of the National University Commission, the management and staff of this great university. Let me sincerely recognize the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Professor Sandy Oja Ono, a renowned professor of repute. Let me also recognize the former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Prince Chibuyom Uche. Let me also recognize the Zonal Vice Chairman of the South-South of the All Progressive Congress, Chief Victor Giadom. My dear brothers and sisters, let me recognize the 19th President of the Nigerian Bar Association, former Chairman, Council of Legal Education, former Chairman, Body of Pointers, by the grace of God, His Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Ireland, OCJ Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The single members of the Governing Council and Senate of the University, eminent scholars, proud parents and guardians, and most importantly, our graduating students, the leaders of the future, who are all laboring with hope and sacrifice to shape distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have gone back to look at the history of convocation lectures. I found out that each lecture, not one has taken less than 2 hours. But for us, I can assure you, very practical. You will stay here for more than 20 minutes. I've also looked at convocation lectures. I've seen not less than 35, 40 pages. I can assure you, you won't have more than 10 pages. Because we are going to talk, we are going to be practical. Maybe, you never can tell. If we take more than 10 minutes, just understand is the way things are. If it's more than the pages have said, just also understand that sometimes you never can control situations. My dear wife, my boss, the Justice of Court of Appeal, she's looking at me as if she's not my boss. She's my boss. Not my boss in the office, but my boss at home. Justice Ebere Chisu and Yeso Wiki, and our dear children, and your friend, My dear good friends who came along with us and members of the National Assembly, it is with deep humility and a profound sense of honor that I stand before you today to deliver the 36th convocation lecture of this great and revered institution, the University of Port Harcourt, my alma mater, and one of Nigeria's most prestigious second-generation universities. This university is not just merely a place of learning where certificates are issued. It is a citadel of knowledge, a forge of ideas, a bastion of progressive thoughts, and an enduring symbol of Nigeria's intellectual courage and moral conscience. Its reputation for academic excellence, community service, and principled activism has not only shaped the generation of minds, but has also influenced the course of Nigeria's political, economic, social, and developmental evolution. Indeed, its imprint on the nation's trajectory is both undeniable and profound. For me, therefore, this is more than a ceremonial invitation. It is a homecoming. It is a return to the very soil that nurtured my mind, sharpened my conviction, refined my character, and equipped me with the pen and the sword, the discipline of thought, and the courage of action, with which I have engaged and navigated a complex terrain of politics, governance, and leadership in our country. Whatever I have become in public life, whatever impact I have made in service to our people and nation, bears the unmistakable imprint of the training, discipline, exposure, and values instilled in me within these hallowed walls. Permit me to state without hesitation that I do not take this invitation lightly. When I read your letter of invitation, particularly the words, I quote, "Your Excellency's distinguished record of service to our nation, your exemplary leadership, and your enduring contributions to governance, infrastructural development, and public administration stand as a testament to visionary statesmanship." End of quote. I paused and reflected deeply. These words are not mere compliments or flattering. They are weighty and invocative. They are both a recognition and a responsibility. In a time when leadership is often trivialized and compromised, when public service is too frequently reduced to slogans, propaganda, performance without substance, and fleeting impressions, it is reassuring to know that there still exist hallowed grounds such as this, where truth is pursued, where objectivity thrives over subjectivity and sentiments, where merit is acknowledged, and where national purpose still matters. That is, this great university found me worthy of this platform in recognition of my commitment to good governance, infrastructural development, and transformative leadership. It's both humbling and challenging. It is humbling because I'm aware of the weight of expectations that comes with such recognition. It is challenging because it reminds me, and indeed all of us, that leadership is not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a responsibility to be discharged with courage, discipline, and results. To the graduating students, you are leaving this institution at a defining moment in our nation's history. You are stepping into a world that is as demanding as it is uncertain, but you are also stepping into a moment of possibility a moment that requires courage, integrity, clarity, and conviction. You are stepping into a Nigeria that desperately needs you. A Nigeria that requires not just educated and certificated citizens, but committed leaders. And so, let me begin by placing before you a simple but uncompromising truth, the core argument of my address today. No nation rises above the quality of its leadership, and no leadership proves itself more clearly than in the infrastructure it leaves behind. This is not a slogan. It is a standard, one that history applies without sentiment. Leadership finds its truest expression not in speeches, but in structures, not in promises, but in impact. It is seen in roads that endure beyond administrations, in schools that outlive politics, in hospitals that preserve life, in water that flows, and in power that works. These are immeasurable footprints of vision translated into reality. Where leadership is purposeful, infrastructure becomes the architecture of opportunity. Where leadership is weak, infrastructure becomes the evidence of neglect. The bridge between promise and progress is built by leadership that plans with foresight, executes with discipline, and is accountable to the people it serves. It is within this inseparable relationship between those who lead and what they build that the destiny of nations is determined. This is the thrust of my message, and it demands to be confronted with honesty, patriotism, and resolve. Let us say the defining problem, Nigeria's development paradox. Before we speak of solutions and lessons for future leaders, I hope you know the topic is leadership and infrastructure development in Nigeria. Lessons for future leaders. That is the lesson for this lecture. Before we speak of solutions and lessons for future leaders, we must have the courage to confront the truth plainly, honestly, and without excuses. Nigeria today presents one of the most troubling paradoxes of the modern world. It is a vast and complex nation, Africa's most populous, strategically located on the western coast of the continent at the innermost corner of the Gulf of Guinea, stretching between latitudes 4 degrees and 14 degrees north and longitudes 3 degrees and 14 degrees east, bounded by Niger and Chad to the north, Benin to the west, Cameroon to the east, and the Atlantic Ocean to the south. With a landmass of approximately 923,768 square kilometers, Nigeria is not merely a geographical expression. It is a bold and ambitious experiment in nationhood. At independence in 1960, Nigeria stood at the threshold of greatness, confident, expectant, and richly endowed with the essential ingredients of development. It possessed a vibrant population, a promising civil service, and a vast natural resources that inspired both internal and global optimism. The discovery of petroleum in commercial quantities at Oloibiri on the eve of independence further intensified this optimism, reinforcing the belief that Nigeria's challenge was not scarcity, but the management of abundance. Indeed, it was widely proclaimed that Nigeria's problem was not money, but how to spend it. In those early years, Nigeria was celebrated as Africa's emerging giant, a nation destined to lead, inspire, and redefine post-colonial development. The fate of independence was captured in both official and popular imagination. As Ismail Babatunde Joseph poignantly reflected on October 1, 1960, Nigeria, I quote, was a nation conceived in faith and unity, end of quote, whose birth evoked with tears and hope. The optimism was not misplaced. It was grounded in the belief that political independence would automatically translate into economic transformation, consistent with the nationalist philosophy of Kwame Nkrumah, first Prime Minister and President of Ghana, who had led the Gold Coast to independence in 1957, that even the worst form of self-rule was better than the best form of colonial rule. Yet, history has delivered a far more sobering verdict. Almost 7 decades after independence, Nigeria's journey reflects not a steady ascent, but a troubling drift from promise to paradox, and from high expectation to deepening disillusionment. Instead of consolidating its early advantages, the nation has become a theater of contradiction, a country of immense wealth, but widespread poverty, of deep religiosity, but persistent moral and institutional decay, of abandoned human capital, but weak systemic performance. Today, Nigeria is variously described as, quote, crippled giant, a house that has fallen, the open sore of a continent, an enigma wrapped up in a puzzle, and more painfully, the poverty capital of the world. A tragic reversal of the optimism that once defined its independent moment. A nation once believed to be on the cusp of greatness now struggles with basic governance challenges, where over 100 million citizens live below the poverty line, and where insecurity, unemployment, and infrastructural decay have become irrefutable realities. The fundamental question, therefore, persists. Why has Nigeria, despite her enormous human and material endowments, failed to translate promise into fulfillment? Why has the nation, more than 6 decades after independence, remained unable to attain the developmental aspirations of its founding fathers? In seeking answers, scholars have offered various explanations. Historical, some say; economic, yes, some others say so; structural and institutional. However, a dominant and recurring strand of analysis locates the heart of Nigeria's developmental failure in one critical variable: leadership. For Chinua Achebe's famous assertion that, I quote, "The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership," end of quote. To G.A. Akinola's insistence that leadership failure is the most decisive factor shaping Nigeria's post-colonial condition, the argument remains consistent and compelling. John C. Maxwell's widely cited maxim that, I quote, "Everything rises and falls on leadership," end of quote. This, of course, further reinforces this position. However, it is important to emphasize that while other factors, colonial legacies, global economic structures, institutional fragility, and demographic pressures do play contributory roles, none of them explains Nigeria's persistent underperformance more decisively than leadership. Leadership determines how resources are mobilized, how institutions function, how priorities are set, and ultimately how national aspirations are translated into tangible outcome. This is why the paradox persists. Nigeria is on paper one of the most resource-endowed nations on earth. Yet, in practice, it remains constrained by weak execution, inconsistent policies, abandoned projects, and infrastructural decay. The result is a nation that builds intermittently but rarely sustains, that announces progress but often fails to deliver it, and that dreams persistently but realizes inconsistently. It's important to state without equivocation that without functional and sustainable infrastructure, the dream of national development will remain perpetually elusive. Economic transformation is not achieved by aspiration alone, but by deliberate investment in roads, power, water, education, healthcare, and transportation systems that make productivity possible. Infrastructure development is therefore not a secondary outcome of development. It is its foundation and its visible proof. Where infrastructure is strong, economics expand, opportunities multiply, and social stability is reinforced. Where it is weak, stagnation becomes entrenched, inequality deepens, and national cohesion is threatened. Infrastructure is thus not merely physical capital. It is the material expression of leadership effectiveness and indeed a mirror of governance quality. And so, we must confront the hard truth, one that is often avoided but can no longer be deferred. Nigeria's challenge is not primarily a lack of resources. It is a failure of leadership, not leadership in title, but leadership in responsibility, not leadership in rhetoric, but leadership in results. For too long, we have mistaken motion for progress, activity for achievement, and announcement for accomplishment. We have tolerated delay as normal, excused inefficiency as inevitable, and accepted abandoned projects as part of governance culture. In doing so, we have institutionalized underperformance. This is the paradox we must resolve, and by so doing, leave appropriate lessons for future leaders. And it begins unequivocally with leadership, to which I now turn in greater detail. What is the meaning of leadership and the mandate of leadership in nation building? Having illuminated the paradox that defines our national experience, it becomes imperative that we now turn attention deliberately, with intellectual honesty and moral seriousness, to the central variable in this discourse: leadership, a concept upon which the destiny of nations ultimately rests. Indeed, few subjects have so persistently dominated contemporary intellectual, public, and professional discourse as leadership, and the decision to foreground it in this 36th convocation lecture of our unique report could not have been more timely. Leadership sits at the very intersection of promise and performance, vision and reality, aspiration and achievement. What then is leadership? Leadership, properly understood, is the capacity to influence, inspire, and mobilize human and material resources toward achievement of shared goals. It is the process of securing willing consent and active participation in collective endeavor. This is why John Maxwell's often cited assertion that leadership is influence, nothing more and nothing less, which retains enduring relevance. Leadership determines not only how far a society can go, but how fast it can get there. It sets both the ceiling and the pace of development. At its highest expression, leadership is the disciplined pursuit of a vision larger than self. Leadership in this sense is not an abstract ideal. It is a lived and dynamic relationship between those who lead and those who are led. It involves people, leaders and followers, bound together by purpose, expectations, and responsibility. There can be no leadership without followership, just as there can be no meaningful followership without leadership. As Dan Agbese insightfully observes, a leader leads because a group of people willingly entrust him with a portion of their autonomy in exchange of direction, representation, and advancement of their collective interests. Leadership, therefore, is neither self-imposed nor self-sustaining. It is socially conferred and morally justified. The leader, ideally, emerges through a process, one that filters competence, tests character, and elevates responsibility. And once so entrusted, leadership is neither arbitrary nor absolute. It is guided by laws, shaped by institutions, and restrained by norms that define both its reach and its limits. Leadership is not a title bestowed. It is a burden assumed. It is not the comfort of office, but the weight of responsibility. It is not the applause of the moment, but the judgment of history. Too often, we have reduced leadership to a ceremonial possession, something to acquire, display, and defend. Yet, true leadership is neither ornamental nor accidental. It is intentional, exacting, and deeply consequential. A person may rise to high office and yet remain profoundly insignificant in impact. Another may stand without formal designation and yet alter the course of events. The difference lies in position, but the difference lies not in position, but in purpose, what one chooses to do with the privilege of influence. Leadership begins with vision, not mere sight, but foresight, not wishful thinking, but a clear and compelling imagination of what ought to be. Vision is a faculty vision is the faculty that lifts a society beyond the limitations of the present and anchors it in the possibilities of the future. It enables a leader to stand in the midst of disorder and still perceive order, to look at chaos and design direction. Without vision, leadership becomes reactive, adrift in crisis. With vision, leadership becomes creative, shaping reality rather than merely responding to it. But vision without political will is illusion. Nations are replete with ideas that were never executed, plans that were never implemented, and promises that were never fulfilled. Political will is stubborn determination to act, to move from intention to execution, from blueprint to building, from declaration to delivery. It is the bridge between aspiration and achievement, promise and fulfillment, the line that separates those who merely dream from those who actually deliver. Closely related to this is discipline, the inner architecture of leadership. Discipline orders priorities, safeguards resources, and restrains excesses. It ensures that leadership is not distracted by trivialities or consumed by indulgence. Nations do not decline only because of ill intentions. They often decline because of indiscipline, because leaders abandon focus, squander opportunity, and substitute convenience for commitment. Then comes accountability, the moral spine of leadership. To lead is to answer not only to the people, but to posterity. Accountability demands transparency, responsibility, and measurable outcome. It insists that performance must prevail over excuses. Where accountability is absent, failure multiplies without consequence, and mediocrity entrenches itself as culture. But where accountability thrives, performance becomes inevitable. Many scholars and great thinkers have argued that the most defining attribute of leadership is courage. The courage to decide, the courage to act, and above all, the courage to take unpopular but necessary decisions, as it is happening today in this country. Leadership is not validated by consensus, nor sustained by confidence. There are moments when the path of progress will collide with entrenched interests, when necessary reforms will provoke resistance, and when the right course of action will be the least popular. It is in such moments that leadership is either affirmed or exposed. Indeed, scholars and practitioners of power alike have long identified the essential attributes of effective leadership to include courage, credibility, integrity, selflessness, initiative, vision, fairness, empathy, discipline, and a strong commitment to service. Where these qualities are absent, institutions weaken, values erode, and collective aspirations collapse. But beyond all these elements lies a deeper, more enduring truth. Leadership is service. It is not an avenue for self-glorification, but a covenant with the people. It is not a platform for accumulation, but an instrument for transformation. Leadership demands a moral orientation from the pursuit of power to the pursuit of impact, from self-interest to public good. The true leader does not ask, what do I gain from this office? But rather, what do the people gain from my stewardship? As Robert Greenleaf and Autry argue, the servant leader begins with a natural desire to serve, and leadership emerges from the commitment to the growth and well-being of others. The true measure of leadership, therefore, lies not in what the leader accumulates, but in what the people become. Do they emerge stronger, richer, wiser, and more capable? Do institutions grow more efficient, resilient, and enduring? Does infrastructure expand and function with efficiency, making service delivery swifter, broader, and more humane? Does society itself become more just, more functional, and more compassionate? These are the questions that matter. This is the standard by which leadership must ultimately be judged, and it is precisely at this point that the tragedy and possibility of Nigeria converge. For where leadership is anchored in service, infrastructure becomes available. Roads are built not for ceremony, but for connectivity. Schools are established not for symbolism, but for enlightenment. Hospitals are constructed not for prestige, but for the preservation of life. Water flows, power works. In such a society, infrastructure is not incidental, it is a natural consequence of purposeful leadership. Development scholarship consistently affirms that the quality of governance directly shapes infrastructure outcomes and national development trajectories. But where leadership is divorced from service, infrastructure becomes a casualty. Projects are initiated but abandoned. Resources are allocated but wasted. Policies are announced but not implemented. What remains is not development, but the ruins of unrealized intentions. We must therefore return to first principles. Leadership must be reclaimed not as a privilege, but as a duty, not as entitlement, but as a trust, not as an opportunity for self, but as a responsibility to others. For in the final analysis, leadership is not judged by the noise it generates, but by the legacy it leaves behind. And that legacy is written not in speeches, but in structures, not in declarations, but in development, not in intention, but in infrastructure. If Nigeria must rise, and it must, then leadership must be redefined, reimagined, and recommitted to its highest calling. Only then can we build not merely systems that function, but a nation that truly works. Infrastructure as a test of leadership. Let me emphasize here that infrastructure is not merely about roads and bridges. It's about connecting destinies, unlocking human potential, and laying the physical and digital foundation upon which national transformation becomes possible. If leadership is the engine of progress, then infrastructure is its most visible and verifiable expression, the point at which promises are tested against performance, and vision is translated into lived reality. It is through infrastructure that governance moves from abstraction to impact, shaping how people move, how they learn, how they work, how they live, and ultimately how they flourish. A nation's development cannot materialize in the absence of robust infrastructure. It is the architecture of equality, where a child in rural body can access the same quality of education, healthcare, and opportunity as one in urban Lagos, where seamless transportation, reliable power supply, and digital connectivity are not privileges for the few, but a shared inheritance of all. In this sense, infrastructure is far more than concrete and steel. It is dignity made visible, inclusion made practical, productivity made possible, and hope tangible. No serious nation develops without deliberate, sustained investment in infrastructure. Roads are not just pathways. They are economic lifelines that connect farms to markets, industries to consumers, and opportunities to people. Power is not merely electricity. It is the currency of productivity, the backbone of industrialization, and the oxygen of modern economies. Schools are not just buildings. They are factories of human capital shaping the minds that will define the future. Hospitals are not simply places of treatment. They are institutions that preserve life, dignity, and hope. Water is not a convenience. It is a fundamental necessity that underlies public health and human survival. In this sense, infrastructure is the architecture of development, an indispensable driver of economic growth, social inclusion, and national cohesion. Where infrastructure is strong and efficiently managed, productivity rises, inequality narrows, and the quality of life improves. It creates access, expands opportunity, and levels the playing field between the privileged and the marginalized. But where infrastructure is weak, decaying, or absent, the consequences are immediate and severe. Economic stagnation, social frustration, and widening inequality. Under such conditions, development becomes uneven, opportunity becomes selective, and dignity becomes a privilege rather than a right. Infrastructure, therefore, is not just an economic necessity, it's a moral imperative. It follows then that infrastructure is the ultimate ledger of leadership. Leaders may deliver eloquent speeches, craft impressive policies, and make ambitious promises, but history does not remember intentions. It remembers results and legacies. It is in the roads that endure beyond administrations, the schools that outlive politics, the hospitals that continue to save lives, the water that flows consistently, and the power that works reliably that leadership finds its truest expression. These are the enduring monuments of governance, the silent but powerful testimony of whether leadership served its purpose or squandered its opportunity. Indeed, across the world, the verdict of history is remarkably consistent. The United States still bears the imprint of Franklin D. Roosevelt, whose response to the Great Depression was not mere reassurance, but a launching of the New Deal, which brought about the construction of dams, roads, bridges, highways, and electrification systems that transformed the nation's productive capacity. Post-war Germany rose from the ruins under Konrad Adenauer, who anchored recovery on industrial rebuilding and social infrastructure that powered the economic miracle. In Asia, the transformation of Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew stands as a testament to disciplined infrastructure-led development, modern housing, efficient transport systems, and world-class urban planning that turn vulnerability into strength. China's meteoric rise cannot be separated from the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, whose emphasis on infrastructure, special economic zones, transport network, and industrial capacity redefine the possibilities of national growth. In the Middle East, the visionary investment of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan laid the foundation for a modern state, while the transformation of Dubai into a global city reflects the continuity of purpose between Sheikh Rashid bin Said Al Maktoum and his successor, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, a leadership tradition that converted desert into destination through ports, airports, roads, and iconic urban infrastructure. In Africa, the rebuilding of Rwanda under Paul Kagame demonstrated how deliberate investment in roads, technology, and public services can restore order and accelerate development even after profound national trauma. In South Asia, Jawaharlal Nehru captured the spirit of infrastructure-led nation building when he described dams, steel plants, and institutions as the temple of modern India. These examples, drawn from different contexts, converge on a single, undeniable lesson. Leadership is remembered less for what it says than for what it does. Words may inspire a generation, but infrastructure sustains many generations. Speeches may dominate headlines, but structures define history. Yet, this is precisely where the challenge often lies, particularly in developing contexts such as ours. Infrastructure has too frequently been entangled in the politics of appearance than the discipline of performance. Projects are conceived not always as instruments of development, but as symbols of political visibility. Groundbreakings are celebrated more than completion. Announcements are amplified more than achievements, and publicity often substitutes for progress. We must therefore draw a clear and uncompromising distinction between planning and propaganda, between execution and excuses. Planning requires foresight, technical competence, and long-term thinking. It demands that projects are properly conceptualized, costed, and aligned with national priorities. But planning alone is insufficient. Execution is where leadership is truly tested. The ability to follow through, to overcome obstacles, to ensure continuity, and to deliver results within time and budget. It is execution that transforms ideas into infrastructure and policies into progress. Unfortunately, one of the persistent weaknesses in our development trajectory has been the gap between intention and implementation. Around the country, too many projects are initiated but not completed. Too many resources allocated but not optimized. Too many timelines are announced but not respected. In place of results, we are often offered explanations. In place of delivery, we are given justification. This culture of excuses undermines public trust, erodes confidence in institutions, and ultimately stalls development. True leadership does not hide behind constraints. It confronts them. It does not rationalize failure. It corrects it. It does not celebrate effort. It delivers outcomes. In the final analysis, citizens do not live in politics. They live in infrastructure. They do not experience governance through speeches. They experience it through roads, power, water, schools, and hospitals. It's against this backdrop that infrastructure remains the most honest test of leadership. It exposes the difference between those who promise and those who perform, between those who occupy office and those who transform society. It is where leadership either proves its worth or reveals its weakness. If we are to build a Nigeria that works efficiently, inclusively, and sustainably, then we must elevate infrastructure from the realm of politics to the domain of purpose, from a tool of visibility to an instrument of transformation. This requires a committed leadership, one that plans with clarity, executes with discipline, and delivers with integrity. For the end, leadership is not judged by the promises it makes, but by the infrastructure it builds, and through that, by the lives it transforms. It's a test no leader escapes. This is the ultimate test of leadership, and no leader escapes its verdict. Before I leave this section of our discourse, it is necessary to cast a brief but penetrating glance at the colonial experience, a historical episode that, despite its many contradictions and shortcomings, offers a sobering lesson on the centrality of infrastructure to any purposeful enterprise. And systematically in infrastructure. It built railways to move goods, roads to penetrate the hinterland, ports to facilitate export, and communication systems to coordinate control. It developed administrative centers, introduced a monetized economy, and established schools and health institutions, not as acts of benevolence, but an instrument of efficiency. Critics, especially within the radical tradition, have rightly described this as an infrastructure of exploitation. Scholars such as Walter Rodney argue that these structures were designed primarily to extract, not to empower. This critique is valid, but even within that critique lies a powerful and unavoidable truth. The colonial state could not exploit without first building the necessary infrastructure. This is why even a trenchant critique like Escott Toyo would later observe with a tone of regret that post-independent Nigeria has made only marginal additions to the infrastructure inherited at independence. The implication is as uncomfortable as it is instructive. Those who came to exploit constructed the infrastructure they needed to succeed. Those who came to lead have not always matched that urgency with equal result. Let me be clear, this is not an argument in defense of colonialism. It's an argument for realism. It is a reminder that no enterprise, just or unjust, imperial or national, private or public, noble or ignoble, has ever succeeded without infrastructure. Infrastructure is a language through which intent is translated into outcome. It is the machinery that converts ambition into achievement. And so, the lesson for us is stark and unavoidable. If an external power, pushing its own narrow interest, could summon the discipline to build enduring system, then a sovereign nation seeking development has no justification for failing to do the same, and even more. The path forward is clear and uncompromising. If Nigerian leaders are serious about transformation, if they are committed to economic growth, social stability, and national dignity, then infrastructure must cease to be treated as a political accessory and be embraced as a national imperative. For where infrastructure is built, progress becomes possible. Where it is neglected, potential remains permanently unrealized. Leadership without infrastructure is merely performance without substance. Now, what are the challenges? I'm now well relaxed. So what are the challenges to infrastructure development in Nigeria? Having established that infrastructure is the most visible and verifiable expression of leadership, we must now turn deliberately and without illusion to the forces that persistently undermine its development in Nigeria. For it is not enough to design infrastructure. We must interrogate with honesty and clarity why it has remained elusive. The obstacles before us are neither abstract nor obscure. They are real, systemic, and in many cases, self-inflicted. One of the challenges is corruption and systemic leakages. Corruption is not merely the theft of funds. It is the erosion of purpose. It diverts resources from public goods to private gain, inflates project costs beyond reason, compromises standards, and leaves behind a landscape of abandoned or poorly executed projects. Roads are budgeted but not completed. Power projects are financed but not delivered. Contracts are awarded but not fulfilled. What should have been instruments of progress become monuments of waste. It is therefore not surprising that corruption has been consistently recognized as a major impediment to development outcomes in Nigeria. Every act of corruption is, in effect, an assault on infrastructure, and by extension, on the dignity and well-being of citizens. Another factor that impedes infrastructure is policy discontinuity. In Nigeria, governments often begin afresh rather than build upon the foundation laid by their predecessors. Projects are abandoned not because they are unviable, but because they are politically inconvenient. The result is a tragic cycle of waste, uncompleted roads, stalled rail lines, half-built hospitals, and neglected development plans. Development, however, is not an event, it's a continuum. Nations that succeed do so because policies outlive administrations and projects transcend political cycles. Where continuity is absent, progress becomes episodic and fragile. Third, weak institutions. Arguably, one of the most debilitating constraints to infrastructure development, and indeed to national progress. Institutions are the machinery through which leadership translates intention into outcome. Where they are strong, rules are respected, processes are followed, and results are delivered. Where they are weak, systems descend into arbitrariness. Enforcement becomes selective, and performance becomes inconsistent. In Nigeria, institutions are too often encumbered by capacity deficits, political interference, and a troubling lack of autonomy. Regulatory agencies fail to enforce standards, procurement processes are compromised, oversight mechanisms are weakened, leaving accountability fragile and outcomes uncertain. This reality stands in sharp contrast to the more advanced societies we often admire. Countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Japan, and South Korea, whose progress has been underwritten not merely by resources or leadership, but by the enduring strength of their institutions. It was recognition of the fundamental truth that Benjamin Disraeli, a prominent 19th century British politician, writer, and statesman who served twice as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 1868 and 1874 to 1880 observed that, I quote, individuals may form communities, but it is institutions alone that can create a nation, end of quote. In a similar vein, Barack Obama, addressing the Ghanaian parliament in 2009, offered a sobering reminder that continues to resonate with profound urgency. He said, no country is going to create wealth if its leaders exploit the economy to enrich themselves, or police can be bought off by drug traffickers. No business wants to invest in a place where the government skims 20% off the top. No person wants to live in a society where the rule of law gives way to the rule of brutality and bribery. Africa doesn't need strong men. It needs strong institutions. This was captured with striking clarity the central dilemma confronting many developing societies. For without strong institutions, leadership becomes personal rather than systemic. Governance becomes discretionary rather than rule-bound. And development becomes uncertain rather than assured. Conversely, the establishment of resilient institutions fosters a political culture anchored on justice, equity, inclusion, transparency, and accountability. It creates an environment where both leaders and citizens are guided not by impulse or confidence, but by enduring rules and shared values. As development scholars have argued, the prosperity of the nation is deeply rooted in the strength of the institutions. Without institutional integrity, even the most visionary policies are reduced to mere declarations, well articulated, but ultimately unrealized. 4, equally corrosive is what we call political short-termism, the tendency to prioritize immediate political gains over long-term national interests. Infrastructure development, by its very nature, requires patience, continuity, and foresight. It demands investment whose benefits may not be immediately visible, but are profoundly transformative over time, as it is happening today. Yet, in a system driven by electoral cycles and the quest for quick wins, leaders are often tempted to favor projects that yield instant visibility rather than those that guarantee lasting impact. The consequence is a preference for spectacle over substance. Projects that are commissioned quickly but lack depth, sustainability, or strategic value. As Francis Fukuyama observed, development suffers when government is trapped in short-term political calculation rather than long-term planning. 5, another deeply entrenched challenge is Nigeria's poor maintenance culture. Even where infrastructure exists, it's often allowed to decay, primarily due to neglect. Roads deteriorate shortly after construction. Public facilities fall into disrepair. Poor installations become obsolete without routine servicing. This is not merely a technical failure. It is a cultural and administrative one. Maintenance is the discipline that sustains development. Without it, investment loses value and progress becomes temporary. The cost of neglect is often far greater than the cost of maintenance itself. Yet, as repeatedly noted in development discourse, Nigeria continues to prioritize new projects over the preservation of existing ones. A nation that does not maintain what it builds ultimately builds in vain. Finally, 6, there's the pervasive issue of patronage, awarding contracts to individuals and companies without the requisite capacity. When competence is sacrificed on the altar of connection, infrastructure inevitably suffers. Contracts are given not to the most capable, but to the most connected, not to those who can deliver, but to those who can influence. The outcome is predictable, substandard work, delays, cost overruns, and in some cases, total project failure. Infrastructure development is a technical enterprise that demands expertise, experience, and efficiency. Where merit is sidelined, mediocrity becomes institutionalized. As scholars of governance have observed, patronage systems undermine efficiency and weaken public sector performance. Taken together, these challenges, alongside many others that the limits of time and space will not permit us to discuss, form a dense and constricting web that continues to impede Nigeria's infrastructural advancement. They are not isolated deficiencies, but deeply interconnected failures of systems of values and ultimately of leadership itself. Until these challenges are confronted with honesty and addressed with resolve and discipline, the aspiration for a fully developed Nigeria, anchored on functional and reliable infrastructure, will remain little more than a mirage. Now, having attained all this, let us pin it down. First of all, infrastructure renewal in contemporary Nigeria. Leadership and development under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We've talked theory. Let's talk now and pin it down. Don't be biased. You may not like what I will say. You don't need to like it. But the truth must be true. We have said, talking about infrastructure, you need to be patient. You need to have courage to take decisions that may be difficult, but at the end of the day, is beneficial. It's not something you want, oh, I want this to be done today. Yes, hurriedly done, but at the end of the day, no benefit. So, no matter your biases, just be calm. But reflect, having heard what leadership is all about, how you cannot have true leadership without infrastructure. What are the constraints why we don't have infrastructure to lead to development? And what are the problems of leadership as far as this country is concerned? If leadership is ultimately tested by its capacity, if leadership is ultimately tested by its capacity to translate vision into tangible outcomes, the contemporary Nigeria offers a compelling arena in which this test is actively unfolding. Under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, there has been made a renewed and deliberate emphasis on infrastructure as a central driver of national development. This emphasis is neither incidental nor rhetorical. It reflects a conscious recognition that no nation can rise above the quality, scale, and functionality of the systems it builds. To maintain an analytical balance and situate our assessment within its proper historical context, it is important to acknowledge that not all the projects currently underway originated with the Tinubu administration. A few were conceived or initiated by preceding government. Talking about continuity. I can say with authority that most of the projects today, 75% of our old projects initiated by previous administration, 25% initiated by the present government. In fact, the directive of Mr. President to us in FCT, you must continue with abandoned projects before you go into new projects. Today, we have invited Nigerians to come and witness the revolution in infrastructure building, where we are taking 31 days, not 3.5 days, 31 days to see what we are talking about, infrastructure revolution. These projects, 80% were awarded 2010, 2015, 2016, 2014, 2017, 2018, down to 2020, even at the eve of leaving office, projects were awarded. And it was the director, Mr. President, minister, we can't allow you, as a Minister of State, to award new projects without at least showing concern that abandoned projects must be completed. I'm happy to say that it is our culture, not because Mr. A was in charge when these projects were awarded. Therefore, it is no longer convenient. No, no. Projects are awarded after government is a continuum. Government comes, government go. So it does not mean that you must award. It's only the ones you have awarded. That's the only one you mentioned is completed. All projects awarded by previous governments are the ones who are completing today. We don't care what you will say that you started, who finished it, who completed. That's what matters. You don't want to clap. Whether you clap, you don't clap, when you come to Abuja, you will miss your road. So when you come and you ask the taxi man, where are we going to? Then you will not begin to smile. The Honorable Minister said it when he came for the convocation lecture. So bear it in mind that I assure you, you will miss your road in Abuja. Now, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, these initiatives have been infused with renewed urgency, expanded in scope, and more importantly, resituated within a coherent and forward-looking developmental architecture. What might once have existed as fragmented or standalone efforts are now being drawn into a more integrated national vision, one that understands infrastructure not as scattered projects, but as a strategic system of interconnected investment designed to stimulate economic productivity, deepen national integration, and widen the horizons of social inclusion. At the heart of this renewed momentum is leadership disposition marked by decisiveness and a willingness to confront long-term structural constraints. On assumption of office, President Tinubu took the bold step of removing the fuel subsidy, an action long acknowledged as necessary but repeatedly defied. While the immediate consequences have been complex and in some cases painful, the policy has expanded fiscal space for subnational governments and redirected national resources towards critical sectors, including infrastructure. It's a reminder that transformative leadership often requires the courage to choose long-term stability over short-term comfort. Previous governments have acknowledged that the cankerworm, that the cancer is in this country, and that cancer is the subsidy. You have acknowledged, you know that this is a problem, yet you have no courage to take a decision. Yet decision taking may be painful, but as a leader, what makes you is to have that courage, to be able to take decisions. That decisions that in the short time may be painful, but at the long run will be very helpful. Today, nobody talks, no state talks about going to banks to borrow money. Banks are now looking for states. Before, when we were in government, we go to banks, kneel down for them. Please, give me social amount of money. Start collecting social money from our IGI every month. Sometimes we'll go, the manager will follow through the back door and run away. A whole governor will be waiting in the office of the manager. Today, because of the removal of oil subsidy, subnationals, states are now getting more funds. No state is talking about borrowing again. Have you heard any state crying of borrowing? No. No state is talking about zero allocation. No local government is talking about zero allocation. It is because of the courage of a leadership to take a decision everybody has run away from. Nobody wants to talk about it. If I talk about oil subsidy, the cabal will come after me. But the day he was sworn in office, he said, yes, I know there's a cabal. I know there are people who are benefiting. But as the president, having taken oath to serve this country, I have the courage, I have the political will to take this decision. That day, 29th of May, 2023, Mr. President said, bye-bye to oil subsidy. You don't want to clap. You have seen here, your Vice Chancellor has said, look at the kind of support they are getting. It was not there before. Today, universities are getting more funds, unlike before. They have partners that are supporting. If this decision was not taken, it would have been very difficult. Very difficult. So, I'm not saying, most of you who are here, you may not be happy. Having lost the election, I don't expect you to be happy. But the truth remains, for the greater interest of the people, who must say the truth. That decision taken by Mr. President, whose predecessors never neared there to take that kind of decision, we must encourage him. That's what leadership is all about. I will feel bad if we have spent this hour and we won't go home with what leadership means, courage. Those things that people say will not happen. In Abuja, when I came into Abuja, they said this is not Rivers State, this is not Port Harcourt. I would do those things people are running away from doing. And I did it. And I stood firm. And I said heaven will not fall. Rather, there is peace in heaven. That's his leadership. That's leadership. Courageous. Being courageous to take decisions that people run away from. They will kill me. Who will kill you? Who knows when you will die? Oh, they will abuse in the social media. Is it devil that will be abused? Is it ghosts they will abuse? It is you they will abuse. That's what leadership is all about. No, leadership is not about praises. It's not about praises. When I was governor here, I awarded contracts of flyovers. People were criticizing. Yes, it's the flyovers we eat. When I left office, my brother, let's tell ourselves the truth to development, infrastructure. Without infrastructure, there will be no development. Without infrastructure in this university, forget about rating this university. Look at infrastructure. Where do you used to do convocation before? Yes. Yes. So it's elementary. Look at infrastructure and see where you were before. So leadership. Leadership. We must thank Mr. President for taking that bold step in making sure that canker-1, that cancer is no longer causing problem for us. Let me also say this. We have been talking about local government being autonomous. How states do not allow local governments to breathe. It takes leadership, courage for a president of a country where 85% of members of his party are governors of state. Governors of state have been accused of strangulating local government. But this is a president who said, listen, we can't continue this way, irrespective of the fact that, yes, some people will say, don't do it. You know, you look for a second time. Don't do it. Allow it after a second tenure. Or when you have won, you can come. He said, no, we can't continue to live that way. My Attorney General, go to court. Go to Supreme Court. Let Supreme Court determine whether what is going on today is what is being envisaged in the Constitution. How many people can take that kind of decision, knowing fully well that the governors are very strong in their states? According to you, they can make a man. He said, no way. What is second tenor? First of all, let people know in this first tenor you mean well for them. Today, I see local government getting 1.something billion naira. During our time as chairman of local government, sometimes we get zero allocation. Zero allocation. Why? When money comes to local government, it is being removed as sort, first charge to pay primary school teachers. At the end of the day, no 1 naira is left for development. Today, local governments, you see your colleague, Dr. What's that chairman's name of Obiabo? Dr. Gift Wall, see how he's smiling, moving like this, because money is made available. He can come to this institution. My colleagues, I want to do this for this university. Why not? Tinubu has made it possible. All the other government before, they are aware of this. They didn't do anything. That's what we're talking about. Leadership. Leadership is not for popularity. If you want to be popular, then don't talk about leadership. People don't like those who are courageous. People don't like those who are decisive, who can take decision. Two-thirds of people here don't like me, I'm aware. But it makes me to work hard. I'm not here for beauty contest. I'm here to tell you the simple truth, and you must hear it. Whether you want to do something with it or not, hearing you must hear. That's why I told the Vice Chancellor, this lecture must not only be for those here who sees all the national television, so that those of them who don't want to hear, when they tune to NTA, it's there. They go to Channel, it's there. They go to Arise, it's there. They go to AIT, it's there. You go to ADBN, it's there. You go to the Central News, it's there. Whichever, you must. You must. You must. You must hear the truth. Across the country, this commitment is most visibly expressed in the scale and ambition of ongoing infrastructure projects. In the realm of road development, flagship initiatives such as Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. When this came up, most people will say, what is this? They want to eat money. What is this? This thing cannot be materialized. It will be an abandoned project. A project that's not less than 500 something kilometers. An ambitious project that will expand the economy. An infrastructure that will expand the economy, that will give opportunities for development. Nobody wants to think about it. The coastal road. What will be the benefit of the coastal road when it is completed? Look at the Sokoto-Badagry road. It is not merely transport corridors, but bold attempts to redraw Nigeria's economic geography, linking regions, stimulating trade, and fostering integration. Long-delayed arteries like the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano road are all receiving renewed attention. Very important. Ambitious project, but projects that will open up the economy of this country. Badagry to Sokoto is not less than 400 kilometers. This is a very ambitious project that involves trillions of naira. But at the end of the day, we'll get benefit from it. It's not a project that is awarded today, tomorrow is completed. No. It's that you be patient, that it will take a long time. By the end of the day, the benefit outweighs. Rail infrastructure is similarly undergoing revitalization. Efforts to improve the efficiency and security of existing corridors alongside the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt-Maiduguri Eastern Line signal a recognition of rail transport as indispensable to national mobility and economic transformation. The renewed push toward standard gauge expansion reflects an ambition to modernize Nigerian transport architecture in line with global standards. The administration has also prioritized energy transition and sustainability through the presidential compressed natural gas initiative, designed to reduce transportation costs and dependence on petrol, while promoting cleaner energy alternatives. Similarly, the launch of the National Hydrogen Policy signals a forward-looking engagement with emerging global energy paradigms, positioning Nigeria within the evolving discourse on green industrialization. I'm happy that the Vice Chancellor, when he was talking about the 3,500 students of this university that benefited from the Education Loan Fund. This is very, very essential. The establishment of the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, represents a landmark intervention aimed at democratizing access to higher education. By reducing financial barriers, the initiative aligns with a broader understanding of infrastructure, not only as fiscal structures, but as institutional mechanisms that empower human capital and expand opportunity. Taken together, these efforts and many others suggest a leadership approach that is increasingly attentive to the structural foundations of development. Yet it must be emphasized that the full impact of this initiative is still emerging. Infrastructural development is by its nature a long-term enterprise. Its true value is measured not in announcement, but in outcomes, not in contracts awarded, but in projects completed and sustained. What the present moment offers is a rare and defining possibility, a window in which purposeful leadership can begin, in earnest, to narrow the enduring gap between Nigeria's vast potential and its historically uneven performance. In this regard, the evidence increasingly suggests that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has demonstrated, beyond reasonable doubt, the courage to confront difficult choices, the capacity to mobilize national resources, and the will to pursue infrastructure as a serious instrument of transformation. The scale, direction, and momentum of current initiatives point to a leadership that understands that development is not accidental, but constructed deliberately, patiently, and persistently. If this trajectory is to be consolidated, deepened, and translated into lasting national outcomes, it requires not interruption in leadership, but continuity, not hesitation, but sustained commitment. It follows, therefore, that all who earnestly desire the progress and development of Nigeria must recognize the importance of supporting a leadership process that has shown both vision and resolve, so that the gains already made are not only preserved, but expanded, and the work of building a functional, modern, and integrated Nigeria is carried through to the future. Leadership and infrastructure in practice. Reflections on my own experience. At this stage in our discourse, it is necessary to move from the realm of theory to the domain of lived experience. For leadership, in the final analysis, is not validated by eloquence, but by evidence, not by the promise it makes, but by the transformation it delivers. Permit me, therefore, not in the spirit of self-adulation, but in the spirit of empirical illustration, to draw briefly from my own experience in public service, first as Governor of Rivers State, and now as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Not to personalize this discourse, but to establish In concrete terms, a simple, incontrovertible truth that infrastructural development in Nigeria is possible when leadership is decisive, disciplined, and determined. Let me begin with Rivers State. Here in Port Harcourt and the entire Rivers State, I do not need to persuade you with words. You are witnesses to the infrastructure revolution that I engineered. The evidence is all around us. It is described in the physical landscape of the state and the daily experience of our people. The transformation brought about during my time is visible, measurable, and enduring. You drive on the roads in a state once burdened by congestion and infrastructure decay. We undertook an aggressive program of urban renewal. We constructed multiple flyovers. In those days, we used to play with it. We say flyover 1, flyover 2, flyover 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Infrastructure, key to development. Most of you were inconvenienced. That is what it's supposed to be. At that time, you'll be inconvenienced. By the end of the day, you become happy with it. That's what development is all about. Beyond roads and bridges, deliberate investments were made in education and health care infrastructure. We committed ourselves to building modern primary, secondary, and tertiary schools equipped with modern facilities. In fact, the campus of Rivers State University, I don't know where it still exists, in Ahuda, in the Che, in the Ebohwa, in Ogoni land. I don't know where it still exists now, because I'm not here. I don't read what is done here again, because I'm now focused. So it is here I will ask the question, whether they still exist. Healthcare, we established and upgraded medical facilities to ensure that access to quality care was not a privilege, but a right. The Dr. Peter Lee Cancer Center, the Women and Children Hospital, name them. I don't know whether they still function now. You will tell us. But what we're saying, these are basic infrastructures that were put on ground in terms of healthcare. What defined that period is not simply the scale of what was built, but the governing philosophy that drove it. A firm belief that projects must not only be endlessly announced, they must be completed. That once a commitment is made, completion is mandatory, not optional. That governance must not be reduced to intention. It must culminate in delivery. That projects must be seen, touched, and used. And that political will, the courage to take decision, the discipline to prioritize, and the resolve to insist on standard is not an abstract virtue, but a practical necessity. As many of you will recall, like the Deputy Vice Chancellor academic said, I came to be known as Mr. Project. Then, the Vice President, who was the Vice President of the ruling party, and me being an opposition party, he couldn't hide it because of infrastructure. He said, Mr. Project, it's not a subsequent burden not of rhetoric, but of relentless execution, and of a period when Rivers State became a veritable destination for leaders and dignitaries from across the country, drawn by the steady cadence of projects commissioning that spoke more eloquently than words to a government committed to delivery. Today, I have the privilege of serving in the Federal Capital Territory, and I've approached my responsibility with the same clarity of purpose. Abuja was conceived as more than a city. It was designed as a symbol and expression of national order, discipline, and aspiration. Yet over time, that vision became increasingly compromised by encroachments on the master plan, the proliferation of illegal structures, and a gradual erosion of planning standards. Confronting this reality has demanded difficult but necessary choices, restoring planning discipline, enforcing regulations, and reasserting the primacy of the rule of law in urban development. These decisions are not always popular, but leadership is not measured by applause alone. It is defined more by responsibility and the courage to act in the long-term interest of society. We have pursued a deliberate and renewed drive in infrastructure development, rehabilitating critical road networks, opening up new road corridors and bridges, improving connectivity within the city and in satellite towns, and upgrading key public facilities and systems. The objective is clear and non-negotiable. The capital city of Nigeria must reflect the seriousness, order, and ambition of the nation it represents. It is fair to say that, so far, the results are inspiring and encouraging. Residents of Abuja, as well as local and international visitors, increasingly attest to a visible and radical transformation, one that many once considered impossible. There's a growing sense that the city is undergoing a genuine infrastructural renewal marked by improved functionality, restored order, and renewed confidence in the capacity of leadership to deliver. If I speak with any authority on this subject, it is not because I've read about it, but because I have done it. I've seen what happens when leadership refuses to be theoretical and chooses instead to be practical. When it moves from speeches to structures, from plans to projects, from intention to impact. And this is part of the message I leave with future leaders. Do not tell us what you intend to do. Show us what you have done. Do not promise transformation. Deliver it. Do not manage decline. Build progress. For in the final analysis, leadership is not judged by the noise it makes, but by the infrastructure it leaves behind, and by the lives that the infrastructure transforms. Lessons for future leaders. Having reflected on the meaning of leadership and examined its expression through infrastructure, it is fitting that we distill the enduring lessons for those who will carry the burden of leadership tomorrow. For every generation inherits not only the achievements of its predecessors, but also their unfinished tasks. The question, therefore, is not merely what has been done, but what future leaders will choose to do differently and do better. The first lesson to internalize is that leadership, above all else, requires courage. Every society is filled with decisions that must be taken, but are often avoided. Decisions delayed out of fear, postponed out of confidence, or abandoned in the face of resistance. Yet progress does not wait for comfort. It requires leaders who are willing to confront difficult realities, to make hard choices, and to act even when such actions are unpopular or misunderstood. The distance between stagnation and transformation is often measured by the courage to act. But courage alone is not enough. It must be guided by vision and more importantly, by execution. Ideas are abundant, intentions are countless, promises are easy. Yet, without execution, they remain empty. Nations are not built on plans alone, but on projects completed, systems delivered, and results sustained. Leadership must therefore move beyond the rhetoric of possibility to the discipline of performance, for it is not what is imagined that changes society, but what is implemented. At the heart of this responsibility lies a moral imperative that public interest must always override personal gain. Leadership is a trust, one that demands integrity, selflessness, and a commitment to the common good. Where personal ambition eclipses public purpose, corruption takes root, institutions weaken, and development falters. But where integrity prevails, where decisions are anchored in the collective good, societies advance with stability and purpose. In this pursuit, continuity becomes indispensable. No nation can develop sustainably if each new administration begins by dismantling the efforts of the last. Development is cumulative. It requires that leaders build on what exists, improve what's inherited, and complete what has been started. The abandonment of projects is not merely wasteful, it's a profound breach of public trust. True leadership recognizes that progress is a relay, not a solitary sprint. It must also be clearly understood that infrastructure is not a luxury to be pursued at convenience, but a necessity to be prioritized with urgency. It is the backbone of development, the foundation upon which productivity is enhanced, inequality reduced, and human dignity affirmed. Roads, schools, hospitals, power supply, and digital connectivity are not privileges reserved for the few. They are essential conditions for a functional society. To neglect them is to limit the possibilities of national progress. Yet, even the most ambitious efforts in infrastructure and development cannot endure without accountability. To lead is to answer to the people, to institutions, and ultimately to history. Accountability ensures that power is exercised responsibly, that resources are managed with prudence, and that outcomes are measured against clear standards. Where accountability is absent, failure multiplies without consequence. But where it is present, performance becomes not an option, but an obligation. It must also be emphasized that infrastructure is not built by policy statements alone, but by purposeful leadership. Policies may provide direction, but it is in commitment that delivers results. Blueprints do not build roads. Declarations do not generate power. Speeches do not construct bridges. It is leadership that acts, persists, and completes. That lesson of all is this. The challenge, perhaps the most sobering lesson of all is this. The challenge of infrastructure development in Nigeria is not one of impossibility, but of indecision. It is not beyond our reach. It is often beyond our resolve. When leadership is weak, projects stall. When leadership hesitates, systems falter. But when leadership is firm, disciplined, decisive, and committed, results inevitably follow, just as it is now in Abuja. Progress then ceases to be a promise and becomes a reality. These lessons, though simple in expression, carry profound implications. They call for a new generation of leaders who are courageous in decision-making, disciplined in execution, principled in conduct, and unwavering in their commitment to public good. The future of Nigeria will be determined not by what is said, but by what is done. And when the mantle of leadership rests upon the shoulders of future leaders, may they not merely aspire to lead, but resolve to build. In conclusion, having journeyed through the paradox of Nigeria's development experience, examined the meaning and mandate of leadership, and reflected on infrastructure as its most visible expression, we are brought inevitably back to a simple but profound truth. The destiny of any nation is shaped at the intersection of leadership and infrastructure. Where leadership is purposeful, infrastructure becomes transformative. Where leadership is weak, infrastructure becomes shambolic. What we have said, in essence, is that leadership is not an abstract idea detached from reality. It is the force that determines whether roads are built and maintained, whether power is generated and sustained, whether schools function and expand, and whether hospitals heal or merely symbolize neglect. Infrastructure, on the other hand, is leadership made visible. It is governance translated into concrete experience. In that sense, a nation does not rise by chance. It rises by design, and that design is leadership. It is therefore fitting to remind ourselves that history is rarely kind to rhetoric. It does not preserve intentions. It preserves outcomes. If it does not remember promises, it remembers performance. Long after speeches have faded and offices have been vacated, what endures are the structures that were built, the systems that were strengthened, and the lives that were changed. In the final analysis, history will not judge us by the eloquence of aspiration, but by the substance of our achievement. This is the charge that rests upon every leader in this hall and upon every graduate who is stepping into a world that desperately needs thoughtful, courageous, and disciplined leadership. The task before you is not merely to seek position, but to understand responsibility, not merely to occupy offices, but to deliver impact, not merely to be seen, but to be remembered for what you did with the trust placed in your hands. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this discourse to a close, it is fitting to express my heartfelt gratitude and to extend warm congratulations to the graduating class of this great institution. This is, by every standard, a remarkable achievement and a bold step forward. Note that you are stepping into a world of immense challenges, but also of boundless possibilities. As you go forth, may you carry with you not only knowledge, but wisdom, not only ambition, but discipline, not only dreams, but the courage and resolve to turn those dreams into reality. May you be leaders who understand that infrastructure is not merely concrete and steel, but the architecture of human dignity. May you be builders of systems that work, institutions that endure, and societies that flourish. And may your generation rise to close the gap between Nigeria's potential and its performance. Above all, may you remember that leadership is a trust, infrastructure is its evidence, and development is its ultimate testimony. Congratulations once again on your 36th Convocation Ceremony. May God bless unique Uniport, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause once again, please. Please, can we sit down, please? Let's sit down, please. Thank you. Let's stay down, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, please. Thank you. In appreciation of this very wonderful lecture, I would like to call on the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, distinguished Senator Mao Arukwe Oabuon, to present a certificate of appreciation and a plaque to our inaugural lecturer. Chancellor, sir.
Our convocation lecturer, on behalf of the council, the management, staff, students of this great university, we want to express our profound gratitude to you. This lecture became both practical and theory, but I heard the voice of Relly when he said, in conclusion. Everybody see we are waiting for the conclusion. And I know the papers will go around. But I want to assure you and our graduates that we have less than 15 minutes to bring this convocation to a close. So we'll urge and plead with our guest lecturer and all our guests and the graduates that we'll just have about or less than 15 minutes. So please give us your time. And the rain is coming at the right time, at least to water and bless all that has been done today. Your Excellency, please can you come forward for the presentation? Give it to you. This is a plaque of appreciation from the University of Port Harcourt. It reads the University of Port Harcourt 2026 Convocation Lecture Award, presented to His Excellency Nyesom Ezewonwike, CON GSS RS, Honorable Minister of FCT, for the insightful presentation of the 36th Combined Convocation Lecture titled Leadership and Infrastructure Development in Nigeria, Lessons for Future Leaders. In recognition of your outstanding contribution to leadership, governance, and national development, I, on behalf of this council, want to make this presentation to you. Also here is the certificate, which also reads University of Port Harcourt 2026 Convocation Ceremony Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to His Excellency Nyesom Ezewonwike, CON GSS RS, Honorable Minister of FCT, in recognition and appreciation of your distinguished service as the Convocation Lecturer at the 2026 Convocation Ceremony of the University of Port Harcourt. Leadership and Infrastructure Development in Nigeria, Lessons for Future Leaders, delivered by you on this date, 6th day of June 2026. Your inspiring lecture, exemplary leadership, and invaluable contribution to national development have greatly enriched our academic community and inspired future leaders. So on behalf of all of you, I make this presentation to you. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. So quickly, please, quickly.
Vice Chancellor, sir, permit me to announce to this 36th Convocation Ceremony that Professor Udeme O. George is the Dean of School of Graduate Studies. Yesterday, the Dean was erroneously addressed as Acting Dean. On that note, Vice Chancellor, sir, I now call upon the Dean, School of Graduate Studies, Professor Udeme O. George, to present the students who have satisfied the requirements of the statutes and regulations of the university and have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted into doctoral degree of the University of Port Harcourt. The Dean, School of Graduate Studies.
Will the graduates for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy please stand? Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Graduate Studies and by the authority of Senate, I present the following graduates whose names appear on this list. Those present and those absent, and for whom I stand proxy, who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be admitted to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Port Harcourt.
I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Port Harcourt. Take a bow. Congratulations. We don't finish. We have finished. Close. Just announce that it will take place.
Vice Chancellor, I have the honor and respectfully to invite you to recognize the graduates who have academic distinctions in 2023, 2024, and 2024-2025 section, and who have won prizes as indicated in the relevant pages of the order of the proceedings. Will all such prize winners please stand? Come and congratulate them.
Okay, please. I congratulate you all on your achievements.
Let me join the Vice Chancellor in congratulating you on your academic achievements. Winners, please, you will come to the academic offices for your prizes. Vice Chancellor, sir, I have the honor and pleasure to call upon the visitor, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federation of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by Professor Kabiru Bala, to address the convocation.
Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital and former Governor of Rivers State, Barrister Stephen Nyesom Ezenwo Wike, CON, and his wife, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of University of Port Harcourt, distinguished Senator Mao Abunwa, PhD, other members of the Governing Council, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nwari Abraham George Will, principal officers of the university, former Vice Chancellors, visiting Vice Chancellors, Deans, Directors, and HODs, distinguished members of Senate, members of Congregation, members of Convocation, distinguished members of the alumni and other stakeholders of the university, the graduates and their proud parents, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to represent the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, who was to represent the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and visitor to the university. So I will read the speech and address by the visitor, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on the occasion of the 36th Convocation Ceremony of the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria, today Saturday, 6th June 2026. I stand before this August gathering to celebrate with you the remarkable harvest of academic excellence and cultural achievements recorded by the great and unique University of Port Harcourt. It is particularly gratifying that this convocation ceremony comes shortly after the celebration of the university's Golden Jubilee last year. Having existed for 5 solid decades, the University of Port Harcourt has truly come of age and stands proudly among Nigeria's foremost institutions of higher learning. I commend the Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, management, staff, and students for their invaluable contributions to the growth and development of this institution. I urge you to remain steadfast in your pursuit of excellence and your commitment to elevating this university to world-class status. Education remains the bedrock of nation building. This administration considers it a sacred responsibility to place education at the forefront of national priorities because it is the surest path to empowerment, self-reliance, and national development. Through quality education, societies are liberated. Through education, societies are liberated from ignorance, poverty, and dependency. I also commend the cordial relationship sustained between the university and its host communities over the years. The federal government deeply appreciates the people of Harcourt, Kingdom, and Alu communities for hosting this great university and its teaching hospital for over 5 decades. This administration remains fully committed to providing quality education to Nigerians within the available resources. Despite prevailing global and domestic economic challenges, we shall continue to advance the frontiers of education through deliberate reforms and targeted interventions. In line with our renewed hope agenda, the government has approved the full mainstreaming of earned academic allowances into university personnel costs to ensure prompt and sustainable disbursement. Funds have also been released under the Needs Assessment Intervention for Nigerian universities with adequate budgetary provisions made for continuity. The Federal Ministry of Education, working closely with agencies such as the National Universities Commission, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, and Nigerian Education Loan Fund, remains committed to strengthening tertiary education through quality assurance, infrastructure provision. We have heard that from the convocation lecturer, a lot of it. Research support, human capacity development, and student financing initiatives. As a youth-friendly administration, we are committed to ensuring that no Nigerian student is denied access to education due to financial limitations. To date, over 864,000 Nigerian students have benefited from education loans amounting to over 161 billion naira for tuition and upkeep. Our universities must take advantage of these progressive reforms to produce patriotic, innovative, and industrious graduates who are capable of not only seeking jobs, but also creating them. Institutions should focus on programs aligned with national needs and develop areas of comparative advantage instead of overstretching limited resources. Universities are centers of knowledge, innovation, and societal advancement. They exist to promote teaching, research, and service to humanity. By the outstanding achievements of its alumni and contributions to national development, the University of Port Harcourt particularly has distinguished itself as one of Nigeria's leading universities in addressing the environmental, industrial, and economic challenges of the Niger Delta region. Over the past 5 decades, the university has established specialized research centers, manpower development initiatives, and innovative academic programs that have contributed immensely to national growth. There is a strong connection between scholarship, research, and economic productivity, and universities must continue to provide practical solutions to societal challenges through relevant curricula and research-driven innovations. I am pleased to know that the university's strategic collaborations with the oil industry, including partnerships with Shell, Nigeria Exploration and Production Company, and other stakeholders, which have yielded significant human capital development projects, technological advancement, and research support. The federal government is also supporting infrastructure renewal through ongoing rehabilitation of classrooms, hostels, and learning facilities, alongside the provision of modern furniture and equipment. The government remains committed to sustaining peace, industrial harmony, and security in all tertiary institutions across the country. I therefore urge students, university-based unions, staff, and stakeholders to avoid actions capable of disrupting academic stability. Issues such as cultism, kidnapping, violence, incessant strikes, and land disputes must be kept far from our campuses. We also appeal to landlords and host communities to continue ensuring the safety and welfare of students and staff residing within their domains. The painful memory of the Uniport 4 tragedy remains a reminder of the need to uphold justice, peace, and humanity. Let dialogue, tolerance, and mutual understanding remain the guiding principles of our engagement. I also commend corporate organizations and donor agencies whose interventions have enhanced the physical development of the university through hostels, faculty buildings, roads, and auditoriums. Your Excellency, I particularly note the construction of these magnificent edifices by your administration and your pledge to build the council chamber in 1 year. I hope the VC will invite me to the commission in June next year, God willing. A clap now for the Excellency. I also commend corporate organizations and donors. To the graduates, I extend my warmest congratulations. I also celebrate those who distinguish themselves academically and in character. As future leaders of our nation, you must uphold the values of integrity, excellence, peaceful coexistence, and patriotism. Your graduation marks the beginning of greater responsibilities and opportunities. I encourage you to take advantage of the numerous economic and empowerment programs introduced by this administration and strive to become employers of labor rather than depend solely on white-collar jobs. Go forth and be worthy ambassadors of the University of Port Harcourt and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I wish you success in all your future endeavors. Finally, I commend the Governing Council and management for sustaining peace, stability, and progress within the university. Though federal in character, this institution must continue to respond meaningfully to the developmental needs of its immediate environment. The university must continue to serve as a beacon of enlightenment, innovation, mentorship, and community development. By strengthening the link between learning and society, the institution will continue to fulfill the vision of its founding fathers. The mandate of the university remains enlightenment, knowledge advancement, and self-reliance. This noble vision must never fail. As I conclude, I pray that the bright future ahead of these young graduates shall bring prosperity, progress, and greatness to our nation. Thank you for listening. Long live the University of Port Harcourt, long live Rivers State, and long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Let me return all the glory and honor to God Almighty for the success of this convocation, and also to announce that this is my last convocation as I will officiate as the registrar of the university. I hereby invite the Vice Chancellor to declare this convocation closed.
There will be convocation Thanksgiving at Our Savior Chapel tomorrow by 10 a.m. Please endeavor to attend. I hereby declare the convocation closed.
May I invite us to rise as we take the university anthem that will be followed by the national anthem. Thank you. It's on the screen. The university anthem, please. National anthem. Thank you very much. Please remain standing wherever you are. It's time for the recession. Band, please give us the music for the recessional music. The FCT minister will now depart. It's going to be led by the Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor-elect of the university. Please remain wherever you are. The PhD holder, march out in order. Photographers, please, can you give way? PhD holders, be on a single line and process out. If you lost your car key, kindly contact me. If you lost your car key, contact me. It is time for procession. Ladies and gentlemen, please PhD holders, please on a single file. Be on a single file as we process out. A car key is missing. If you lost your car key, kindly contact the PRO. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 36th combined convocation of the University of Harcourt. Let us process out on a single file. Anybody looking for his key holder should ask of the PRO of the University of Port Harcourt. A car key is missing. If you know of someone, kindly direct the person to us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for joining us today at the University of Port Harcourt for the 36th combined convocation. Thank you very much. A car key is looking for the owner. If your car key is missing, kindly look for the University PRO.